great. Cool. Really cool. Well, that's 2 hours of play gone, so I'm gonna set my timer back 2 hours because, oh no, it's whatever. I had to play extra time because of bullshit. Doesn't matter. Now I'm not in that great of a mood. So that's one really cool thing about RetroArch and maybe emulators in general, that it doesn't save until it's properly closed. So if you don't close the emulator, and your PC just restarts, you lose absolutely everything you just did, even though you saved the game multiple times, which isn't cool. How close am I to getting my... I'm just gonna be attacking the boss, so it doesn't matter. Oops. I need to do that. Whatever. This game is really starting to annoy me. Oh yeah, what's that, Rio? What does that do? I spent all that time training additions, and I've got nothing to say for it except for 2 lost hours. Now you know the fix for this. The fix for this is to play it on the actual console. Is it set for a default that it didn't save? Or is it set to only save when you close it? Yeah, Caterpillar, blah blah blah, I get it, you're here, you do damage, it's all swell, all well and good. It's go.
Die.
Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike.
Yeah. Yeah. Stop. Cool boogie. Die. Demons dance. Yeah.
Really glad we got to do this boss fight again.
Yes. Go.
Die. Yeah. 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 Stop. Cool boogie. Yeah.
Yes. Go.
Yeah. Die.
Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike.
Not necessarily a system that I've played from before per se, but some tweaks to this system, sure. The best system so far? Hmm. That's difficult. Because I think what this system has
Yes.
is fine
Go. Go.
for its time frame and stuff like that. There's obviously some stuff that I would change
Yeah. Yeah.
to make it better,
Stop.
but it's still not bad. It's just that when you're playing the game for nearly 40 hours, that kind of gets boring. Mashing the buttons constantly. This fight's going well. Doesn't help that I don't really feel like doing it again, and I'm not really paying too much attention to things.
Yes. Go.
I'm partial to like old school battle systems and things like that. Any game where you have complete control of all of your characters is what I tend to prefer.
Die. Rainbow Breath.
Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike.
Die. Yeah.
Maybe you just had
Yippee!
higher magic stat than I do or something.
Yeah. Yippee!
Yes. Go. Go.
Rainbow Breath.
Yes.
Yeah. 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 Duh. Cool boogie.
Yes. Go.
What's up, El Cannon?
Yeah. 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 Duh. Cool boogie. Yeah. 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 Duh. Cool boogie.
Yes. 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 Go. 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 Moon strike. Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike. Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike. Yes. Go. Yes.
If you guys are wondering, I'm building up my Dragoon gauge without switching it into its other form, so I can just get as much damage off as quickly as possible. Of course, it's taking forever. And I'm intentionally missing because I don't want to do too much damage and push him into his next form.
Yes.
One more normal attack, and then a combo, I think, and I'll be good. And the reason I want everybody at full is because then I can do that transformation to transfer them all at once,
Yes.
which we want over doing it individually. Not that it does a whole lot other than it gives us basically having better resistances, higher stats and speed and stuff, rather than having to wait my turn to transform.
Yes. Go. Go. Go.
Yep.
Moon strike.
And it gains basically nothing because of the addition that I have equipped. Alright. Because this addition is supposed to be meant more for damage. But you have to level up all the additions to be able to get all the attacks. So, you know, it's cool like that. Do I want to go with her? Sure. Whatever. It's not executed in a very good way. I mean, so to level up your character, to level up a party that you want to use, you have to use additions that you have no interest in using. just so you can see what other additions you get. Because the final edition for the character requires you to have max additions for everything else. So if you want to go through the game and you want to be effective on certain bosses and stuff like that, you can do one of two things. You can spam an addition that does less damage and gives you less SP, or you can do the one that gives you the most damage, or you can do the one that gives you the most SP. So more often than not, why not just do the one that either does more damage or more SP rather than the one that does effectively nothing for you or nothing that you want in a fight? I think the fact that there are some nearly useless additions, other than taking a placeholder, that there's no reason to level them other than getting the maxed one at the end. Which for someone like Rose isn't too bad because she only has 4. But then you've got someone like Dart that has, what, 7? And let's be honest, maybe 2, maybe 3 of his additions are good. Or effective in some way. 1 gives decent SP. And the fact that your additions start out at level 1 and do next to no damage gives you even less incentive to want to use those additions in the first place. Like I said, if there was a way to mix and match additions in the middle of a fight, like if you just had to press X so many times and it went further, and you progressed like that rather than picking one in the middle or at the start of a fight and having to use that in the entire fight, then yeah, I think that this battle system and stuff like that in this game would be really, really, really well done and really ahead of its time. But instead, it's got nothing like that. Instead, you've got one attack you can basically use on your characters until you turn into Dragoon, and then you can use magic finally, or another combo attack that doesn't change. Doesn't change if you equip different things. Doesn't change at all. So for fights like this one, where you're fighting nearly a half an hour long boss, you're literally spamming the same skills on 3 characters for a half an hour. For a game that's built around having unique additions and stuff like that, there's no uniqueness to the fight. I just don't feel that the addition system was very well thought out. I think that the addition system was their method of making epic-looking attacks that after you see once or twice, really don't carry weight anymore in the game. I'm missing stuff now. Last time I fought this guy, I didn't miss it at all. I want to say that they started the game having some type of combo attack idea in mind. I feel like they developed the game around that, but I just don't feel like it was executed properly. How you learn additions, how you use additions, and everything else. The fact that you learn half of your additions via levels, and the last one after maxing them. And not leveling your additions, mind you, but leveling your characters. So if you don't use characters, you gain less additions on them, you don't get to see the stuff that they have, which gives you even less incentive to try other characters. You're honestly better off using the first 3 Dragoon characters you get in the game and not switching, and just using those characters, because by then you'll have max additions for all those characters, you'll have max dragon forms, and be far more versatile at the end of the game than actually experimenting and doing stuff like that, because of how addition works. You also make your life a lot easier if you do that, because you'll constantly have more damage and more options at your disposal, rather than using characters that don't have their Dragoon farm yet, and fighting bosses with those characters.
Die. Demons dance.
And these fights just take too long. Like I said, it'd be a different story if the whole point was like fast combat and all this other type of stuff, and you're doing really cool and epic moves.
Die.
I don't exactly agree with that, Shinny Wolf, though. Especially the first one that you were saying. Is she, like, dazed or something? Does she have, like, the D-Spirit buff on her? Then fine, I'm just gonna switch to this. I don't think that you gain any type of reward from it, because, for one, the amount of experience that you get in this game is negligible. So actually fighting normal mobs and stuff like that almost has no point other than grinding your additions, period. That's all those fights are for. You get no money and no experience. In fact, I think I got a majority of my levels in this game from bosses. If I were to have skipped every single random encounter in this game and not fought it, I wouldn't be surprised if I was only 1 or 2 levels lower than I am currently. And I'm not even exaggerating in that regard. I honestly think that that's the case. You gain next to no experience, so the only thing that those fights are for are to level your additions. And the only reason that there's so many of them is so that you do have extra damage from your additions later on in the game. Like, that's honestly how they designed the game. Yeah, you've got bosses and enemies that can counterattack through your additions and stuff like that, but really, if the frame rate and stuff like that was better in this game, like if this game came out later, a lot of this stuff would be a lot easier to dodge. A lot easier to handle. Like that freezing right there when I'm waiting to go do my next attack, that makes it much more difficult than anything else. I would rather it be much faster paced and I'm trying to mash the buttons quickly as time goes on. And now you're gonna do another attack too. Do I try it? Yeah, I don't know. I want to revive Rose so she gets experience. Well, see, that's the thing, Shinny Wolf, is I tend to use every character for a while, and if I start to like characters, then I keep them. But I'm always tempted to try characters because I want to see what they can bring to the table. This game, I feel, hinders you by doing that. Because, for one, the Dragoon form is a huge part of this game. It's a huge factor. It's a selling point of the game, in general. Whatever, I'm just gonna heal again. The ability to turn into a Dragoon allows you to do magic, allows you to do extra damage, increases your resistances, and everything else. So it's a cool thing to have. But at the start of the game, you've got 2 Dragoon forms. Not even really. You've got the red Dragoon form, and then you have Rose when you get her. And then you have 3, and then you're slowly getting it because it's story-based. So why not go through the game using those? And well, I haven't even got one for Kongul at all. So why would I just want to level additions for him? Period. Why would I want to waste my time on just leveling additions for him when I can learn way more things on other characters? So that right there sells him off for me and makes it so I don't want to use him at all. Even though it's potentially that he could get one if maybe I did like a side quest or something like that. I feel like it would have been a waste of time to invest in him at all. Then there was other points in time in the game where I literally had no more additions that I could learn. whatsoever.
Die.
But do I stop playing that character because I can't learn any more additions and start learning additions on another character? Sure, I could do that, but then I'm going to gain less experience on the character that I'm interested in, which means in turn that they're going to learn new additions even slower, so I won't have stuff to use on them. So again, I'm hindered there. Characters have completely different stats, so if I want to go up against a boss with having like a decent set of speed and stuff like that, I can't even try and do something like that if I'm trying to experiment and stuff. What I really don't like about this game is I just feel like the random encounters are next to pointless other than grinding your additions. Maybe if you gained a decent amount of experience, I would feel like they were much more worth it. I don't even care about the money. Let the money the same, even though it's a little annoying that you gain so little money throughout fighting so many mobs throughout the game. But the experience should be increased. Because then someone that sits there and grinds can actually get additions and stuff like that earlier. And if you're the part that you're talking about, what people like, what people enjoy, the ability to do something like that, they could do it. But you can't even do that. And if you did, you'd be wasting your time. Loads of time trying to do something like that. You're better off progressing through the game, fighting bosses, and getting experience that way, because it's actually faster. But then you run into everything that I talked about prior. About why choose certain characters when you can choose other characters at a certain point in the game. I feel like the end of this game, like when you get all the characters and you have everything unlocked and things like that, that this game is much better. But I feel like the progression up to that point is very limited and not very intuitive. I'm guessing one of your favorite characters is Kangol. I need to start paying attention, actually getting perfects on these so I can end this fight already. Or never mind, it can be over now. So, let me guess. There is some type of side quest or something like that that you can do, or something on the side that you can do that's not necessary that lets you get a Dragoon form for him. Do you think that that is legitimate or a good game design in a game that's completely designed around the ability to turn into Dragoons on your characters? Do you think a potentially missable thing for a character with something this important is a good idea? Quest, random item that you find, no matter what it is, it's something on the side that isn't necessary. I beg to differ, considering I'm playing the game casually and missed it. It must have not have been that difficult. You can tell me at this point. I'm not going to go back and do it. I'm sure it's in the spoiler chat, and I'll read that later, but at this point, even if you tell me what it is, I'm not going to go back and do it. I'm in this dungeon, I'm not going back anywhere. I will literally sit here and knock my head against the wall constantly in this dungeon until I beat it. I'm not backtracking. Especially after losing 2 hours of progress. So if I ever go back to the town that I wanted to go back to after I had 10k gold, I would have found that dragon spirit. But then would I had to have buy it? if most people would go back when they have 10k gold, then they would go back to a point like you're near the end of the game at that point. Unless you did crap tons of grinding or got really lucky with getting weapon drops or something like that on characters that were worth money. So it costs 1k, so I obviously, if I found out about it, I would have bought it. Again, why would I go back and buy the 5k or the 2.5k items when I want to buy the 10k items? And trust me, I thought about going back to that shop a lot throughout the game, but I was making money in such a dismal amount that I didn't see any point in backtracking. Plus, it wasn't just easy to backtrack there. In this game, you can't just go across well, that's not true. Now that I have the flying mount, I could potentially go back to places easier. But up until that point, if you wanted to backtrack to an area, you had to go through every area you had already gone through before. You couldn't just go across the map and skip some areas and things like that. You had to literally backtrack constantly. Which meant more encounters that do absolutely nothing for you. Yeah, but how was I not supposed to know that those items would only be available in that shop? When you play the game the first time, and things like that, okay, so let's say you've played a JRPG before. What happens in most towns? You go to the next town, and the next town tends to have new items, but it also tends to have the items that were in the last shop available to you. Now, there are examples that that's not the case, but normally when that's not the case, you have easy access to go back to those towns in one method or another. Maybe you can teleport. Maybe you get the ability to, like, do short travel and stuff like that in some method. Almost every RPG has that in some capacity. Like, forcing the player to go backwards at all to get a key item for a character is a little goofy. In fact, I think the fact that you can miss it at all is really dumb. I think I put it on her, right? It should have been something that when you were there the first time and things like that, that as you were leaving the town, you had the option to buy it. And if you missed buying it then, it's your own fault at that point. But the fact that it's missable at all is really dumb. And because of it, I didn't play as the character. And I'm sure the game's gonna force me to use him, which is gonna be all the better. That's basically my whole point with most of this stuff in this game, is that I don't think that everything is inherently bad. I don't think it is at all, but I think this game goes out of its way to make you suffer for, you know, liking things or wanting to do things. If you're the type of person that's a completionist and wants to level up every ability and do all this other type of stuff, sure, this game's for you. But if you're interested in, like, the depth of your characters and their growth and, like, their personalities and things like that, this is obviously not the game for you. And although I think Kungul's personality is interesting, a little goofy, because it's just like the generic, oh, I'm a giant and speak like a giant type talk. Like, I was actually more interested in his story and where he came from and how he was treated than some of the other characters. And I might have been more willing to use him had he gotten a Dragoon form at some point. You already said that, Lord Krellian. I read it the first time. Trust me, I'm not enjoying it too much myself because I had to redo 2 hours. Which means I might not be able to beat the game tonight now. If I was even going to be able to beat it in the first place, to be completely honest. Now we've just basically mashed the X button on this boss because there's nothing to it. And now that I've got the therapy ring on her, she's going to heal every turn more than I take damage. Unless she goes less times, then that'd be a problem. Well, I took more damage there. Like, I don't think that there's any way you can come to the defense of this game in these aspects. And granted, I'm playing on the emulator, so even though I wanted to go back to that town, I kind of didn't have a method to after a certain point in the game, which... honestly, the fact that you have to switch discs to be able to go back to towns, oh my god. What are we playing? An old PC game like Riven or Myst? Yeah. I think people are very quick to dismiss bad qualities. And I think when people recognize bad qualities and they point them out, that sometimes people feel like you're attacking the game. But it's not that I'm attacking the game at all. No, I can switch disc, but the way the game saves... There's only one way to switch disc on RetroArch, and that is to put it in a playlist. And I put them in a playlist, but when I was switching disc, the way the game saves is it saves based on the disc name, not based on just what's her HP at? Not just like the game itself. I think there's a setting that you can do to change that, but I'm gonna have to talk to Rio about that a little bit. I'm using RetroArch, and it does support disc swapping. But the way that, like I was saying, the way that it saves the game based on the disc name. So when you switch disc, when you go from disc 1 to disc 2, disc 2 does not see your save file. And the way that I got around that is by taking my save for disc 1 and renaming it to the disc 2 name to carry it over. Oh no, like I said, I don't hate this game. I forget what I said the first time to her. You can absolutely like this game. I definitely see no problem in that. But I think what I run into more often than not is that people can't take any type of criticism towards a game. That they're quick to defend it, and not see flaws as flaws. Even if the flaw is just a person's opinion, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's totally accurate. Disliking or liking something is based on the person, and always will be. But when someone's defense is just like, it's in the game, so it's cool, type of thing, you're, Shitty Wolf, you're at least going out of it and giving context and reasons as to things that you felt made the game interesting and stuff like that, even if I disagree in some regards. I feel like the points that you pointed out, I feel they did the opposite, but maybe it's just because of how we look at the game. I would normally use characters like him, honestly, because he's kind of like a ninja type character, and I always like ninja type characters in games. Anytime I have the option to use one, I will use one. Again, my one reasoning for not using him was, at that point in time, the only forms that I had Dragoons for were, what am I putting here? No, let's put her in here so I can actually take her equipment off. Where's she at? It also suffers from the fact that when you gain an addition, that the level 1 additions are such a hindrance. And that's an aspect I don't like in games. The same thing can be said about when you get weapons that level up in games. Like, let's say you have characters that can level swords, axes, and bows or something. 3 completely different weapons. And let's say the first start of the game, the only thing that you have access to is swords and axes. So you've been using swords and axes the entire time. But you finally get this cool new bow that has higher stats than anything else that you've been using. But since your character levels up weapons as well, your bow level is really crappy and really useless. And you get to a boss. And you can't use the bow on the boss because you have to level up your bow if you want to keep up with the damage with your other weapons. So you're basically like saying... You feel it's like saying, okay, here's this cool bow. Better hope you leveled bow up till this point if you really want to use this thing. And if not, you're not going to use it at all. Or maybe you're going to force yourself to go out and grind so that you level up your bow so that you can do more damage and things like that. I feel like this game does the same thing with additions. I sold a lot of items. I feel like a majority of the time when I got to towns, when I realized that the magic items were plentiful and you got them like in crap tons of chests and stuff like that, I sold them fairly often. Like, I didn't really hold on to anything for very long. The only thing that I held on to that I might have been able to get rid of were accessories that gave random effects, because I felt like it was a good idea to hold on to them just in case I got to a boss that would do something like everyone would get poisoned or something like that. And I think that that's a safe approach in most RPGs, is anytime you get some type of status effect item that you can equip, you should probably keep. You know what, I'm just gonna discard these because it's quicker than selling them. Alright. I think that there's a method to introducing grinding to a player. I feel like in some Dragon Quest games, although you have to grind a lot in those games, that they incorporate things like the ability to call mobs faster, or having stuff that gives half-decent experience if you're willing to use a whole bunch of AoE magic or something like that on it. Or, you know, like quicker fights. Even if it's not the best experience, it's slightly quicker fights. Or you've got something like Earthbound. And sorry guys, I'm gonna close the emulator here quick, which means I'm gonna have to refix it. In fact, just to be safe, if I can, I'm gonna save a save state as well. Just in case after this fight something happens, so we don't lose content. And you guys know that I don't really use save states and stuff like that. to get through games, but this is just a safety measure to save us some time so I don't have to redo it because of something stupid. So just let me make sure that this actually saves now, because I'm sure I'm going to save it again later. But is that really the case, though? Because if they want you to see everything in the game, the amount of grinding that you have to do with the additions to get all the other additions it's crazy. Like, the amount of stuff that you have to do to get something new in this game, other than a couple percentage points of extra damage on your ability, what new do you get other than that? I'd argue that, yes, you get the Dragoon magics by grinding SP, but you can do that by going through the game. You don't really have to grind at any point to do that. But what do you get other than your additions leveling up and doing slightly more damage? It's not like you get an extra attack that you get to do with it or anything like that. The animation doesn't change. When you max level it and stuff like that, it's not like it does something cooler or anything else. It quite literally just does slightly more damage. Unless there's hidden effects that the game doesn't tell you about for some of these abilities. Like, some of them aren't counterable or something like that if they've reached max level. I think that because of how the additions work in this game, and the fact that they are percentage-based damage... Okay, we saved. I think that that's part of the reason why they made it take as long as it did. I also feel like it's because they didn't want people unlocking everything right away. That's why you don't get a lot of experience from random encounters. You don't get a lot of gold because they have items that are really expensive at the start that make the game trivial in some regards, so let's hinder the amount of money that you get in the game and things like that. They could have changed all this stuff by making like a lot of this stuff accessible at the end of the game. Just period. Like, let's unlock an addition based on not your level or not getting all of your other additions, but a plot device. Like, you get to a point in the game and then you get the addition, or you get a certain weapon maybe that, like, and you get an addition based on the storyline or something like that. Let's focus and base it more on that rather than just levels that you're going to arbitrarily get by going through the game and killing bosses and stuff like that. I feel like this game really... If you take the effort to sit and grind and things like that, other than grinding your additions, you're really wasting your time. Because like I said, you gain levels far faster by progressing through the game, which means you get new additions, which means you get to experience the game in the way that you were talking about. Learning these new things and experiencing these new things that your characters have, you learn them less by grinding in this game and more by progressing. And then you run into the whole thing that we were talking about before, that when you're trying to progress through this game, you're not forced to use characters, but you feel like you're forced to use characters because they've got Dragoon forms, so I'm going to use them because they're more versatile. I don't see the point in grinding out additions. Because once you get an addition to max on a character, you've got more damage with it, and then you have to wait till the character levels up to be able to learn more additions for them. And that might be different for other characters, I don't know. That was just the experience that I got. I felt like they were learning it at certain levels. And it was different levels for each character, it felt like, too. And then when the character was getting their last addition, it was based on all the other additions prior to it being max, I think. At least that's what it seemed like with Rose. I mean, she's the only person that I got all of her additions with, so I'm assuming that that's how it works, but I don't really know. So I used Rose throughout the entire game, and I landed a majority of her additions. I always had her newest addition equipped, and I used her in practically every fight in the game up till a few later on where I used Miranda just to heal. That's it. She's basically been in my team the entire time, and I still have not maxed the additions on her. Granted, I did grinding there for another hour, but I do not have it maxed out because I lost that hour of grinding that I did. And all it did for her was give her slightly more damage than what it already was. I already know what the attack is. I know what it looks like. I know how to execute it. I gained nothing new other than more damage. So I guess I'm trying to understand, I guess, how you feel or what it is about this that you feel you gain by grinding in this game. Like, what type of stuff do you learn by grinding on characters? I think more so you're trying to say that you should experiment with every character, period. I think you're focused on that more than anything else, but I think the way that you're articulating it is a little bit different.
Double punch.
Wasn't I doing like 200 damage before? Maybe I put something different on him or something. I feel like I'm taking more damage too. By like 8, but it's still more damage.
Double punch. Double punch.
Well, the way most RPGs do it is they give you characters, and at one point in time in the game, while you're progressing through the game, they make that party member as a party member you have to have in your party. And if they do it right, like something like Chrono Trigger, where they don't force a character in your party for extreme periods of time, you get to see what Robo does, you get to see what Ayla does, you get to see what Marley does, and what Luca does, and you get to see what all these characters bring to the table. Not completely, but enough to pique your interest, maybe. To make you question, like, huh, she just did some type of flame attack. Let's see what she can learn. And oh, Chrono does, like, attacks with his sword and stuff like that. So you get a little bit of taste of all the characters, and it's forced on you, and in some games when they force it on you, it's a little bit more annoying. In something like Suikoden, where characters were forced on you for so long, and then not only that, but you lose those characters. This game doesn't do that. This game gives you the optionality the entire time of who you want to play as. And I think although it can be a good thing, you kind of suffer from that if you're talking about experimenting and learning things. Especially, again, because you're going to keep spamming this attack, aren't you? Whatever, I'm going to hit you.
Double punch.
I forgot to equip a different edition on him to do more damage. I did not mean to have double punch equipped.
Destroy the poor guy!
Yeah. Chrono Trigger has tech points that you have to get for your characters to learn new abilities for them, but at the same time, your characters are going up levels and gaining stats and things like that. Whereas in this game, when you gain levels, it does basically nothing for you. Your stats gain slightly, and you have, you gain more HP than anything else. You gain the most out of leveling up your additions in this game. And you can't even tell whether you're going to like the additions that a character gets because you can't see what additions a character gets till certain levels.
Double punch.
And let's take something like Final Fantasy VI, for instance, where all of your abilities are learned by espers that you can equip to your character. You might not know about the stats that you gain based on leveling by using an esper, and I think a lot of people aren't 100% sure of that or understood that. But you can go through the game having completely different espers equipped on your characters and your friends, and if you want to, you can learn everything on the characters and stuff like that. You can get to level 99, you can have potentially broken characters and things like that. But you get to see what you can learn by looking at the espers. So you can kind of be like, oh yeah, I want this guy to do magic and stuff.
punch.
So I look back at some of the boss fights in this game. I did have some really close boss fights here and there. Like, we're talking incredibly close boss fights that I was barely able to beat. And I feel like I was able to beat them because of the party that I had. And because of the equipment that I had even. It made it possible to beat it without grinding or having really high level additions and stuff like that. You're back? I'm back too. Welcome back, Rio.
Double punch.
Destroy the poor guy!
It does sound like she's saying destroy the war god. But she's supposed to be the war god. But it sounds more like that than poor guy to me.
Double punch.
Now, let's hope we don't freeze and crash my computer this time. What do you say, game? Sound good? Okay, we got past that last time, and then this happened, and my PC crashed. Okay, we got this too. I don't know why my PC crashed. Well, it didn't even crash. It, one at a time, closed everything and then restarted. Man, losing 2 hours of progress is frustrating. So what character is it gonna force me to fight as next? Is it the order that I got them? Because I got Shauna first to join my group after those, and that was Miranda's fight, and I got Mr. Purple Thunder Kid, and then what was it? Well, actually I got Albert first. Well, no I didn't, technically. I got Albert later. I'm gonna say it's gonna be either him or Albert. Because I got them around the same time, I think. No, I definitely got Albert before I got Kangul. We'll try Kangul and hope. Make sure he's all equipped and stuff, and make sure Albert's all equipped with everything. But we'll put the therapy ring on him for now. If anything, hopefully I can save it, honestly. Avoids bewitching, confusion, fear, and disrupting, and that's half decent stats. Okay, I guess I got no other weapons for him. Alright. And what about you, Mr. Albert? That might be good for him. I don't think it would be... I mean, I got made her really late, so I don't know. You know, it'd probably help if I didn't have my stream up in the background. Oops. At least the frames I was dropping weren't that many. That's not too bad, I guess. But we should be better now. So we're gonna have to fight a fight. Maybe I shouldn't have both these characters in my group for now. Might be a bad idea. So I'm gonna have to fight a boss for each one of these characters, I'm sure. I have no idea what order it's gonna be in. And since I don't have the chance to equip before the boss, I almost have to know which boss it's gonna be ahead of time. I like how Dart has way more HP than Kungul, and I kind of look at him as a tank. Really? This is just items? Where was I supposed to go then? Man, losing all that progress is frustrating. Yeah, how is she? I think Mercy is probably the easiest champion in Overwatch to play. So maybe this will make her more difficult. It's not to say that she's not very good or anything. I just think she's incredibly easy to play. I think that's good for quality of life for her. Because you used to just be able to jump in, heal people a little bit, run away, and hide. And vice versa. That's good. I think it forces her to be a little bit more unsafe, because it was way too easy to play safe with her, in my opinion. I don't know, Lord Krellian. That was the idea, but now it's far later than I would have liked. And I don't really know if I'm gonna be able to beat it before I should go to bed. Yeah, one thing my only problem I had with playing Mercy is I feel like it's a bad way to learn the game. What is going on? I feel like when you're playing her, you're relying too much on other people to do things. And although like her ults can really change games and things like that, you need to learn how to play some type of DPS and some type of tank. So like having her as your main is probably not the best idea. But maybe she'll be different now. Maybe she'll be a lot more difficult to play. And you'll learn more about the game from playing her. I don't think that there's any real problem with just being a Mercy main. I just feel like you have to have a primary secondary that you play. I think it's very easy to learn bad habits playing such a squishy character and playing like that. I feel like it's better to like have another character that you're really good at other than Mercy. Who's Michael? Oh, for Dragon? Right, and you're probably pretty good with them. And you might play Mercy more often than not, but are you good with those other characters is what's important. I think it's really important to learn how to play a DPS first. But I'm going from the perspective of, like, not just because I mainly play DPS, because I don't mind supporting. But I think you have to play a DPS and understand DPS to kind of know how it's going to move. If you really want to be an effective support. Same thing with tanks. I honestly feel like support in general has the hardest job, because everyone's relying on you. I don't like Genji. I've played him, and I've done well with him, but I just don't like playing him. already did yours, and I already did yours, so got no reason to have you guys in my party. No, my favorite is the team getting like 3 or 4 tanks, and your team getting like no DPS and no tanks, and it being a point protection thing. That's absolutely my favorite. Yeah, I just feel like it's too easy to do with her, Altanin. Her flight is on such a quick cooldown to be able to dash from character to character. She's got very long range with her heal and her damage increase. The amount of time it takes for her to actually be able to heal after not taking combat damage for a while is relatively quick. So as long as you're mobile, almost constantly being mobile, and when it comes time to like being able to be potentially wiped, you hide. It's not difficult to play her at all and be effective.
Pursuit!
And that's not saying playing her to like a top level, because if you want to play her to a top level, you should be having your pistol out and stuff like that, almost constantly doing things like that. Yeah, you're very dependent on your team, obviously, which is the life of a support in any game. You're completely dependent on your team. But I feel like for what Mercy is needed for, healing and tanking, especially at like, you know, what, Plat's the highest I've gotten to in Overwatch. At Plat level, all you need is a Mercy that reses at half decent times and heals the people that are primary to heal, like the tanks. Don't chase after a DPS that's going in randomly by himself, doing absolutely nothing. But I think the changes to her are going to make her more difficult to play for a while, but the Mercies that have been good the entire time are really going to like benefit from her changes as they get used to her.
Pursuit!
I'm just speaking from experience. I'm not saying that she's an incredibly easy champion to play, like in every aspect, decision-based and stuff like that, but coming from someone that never really plays support, and when I have to, I just pick Mercy, and I barely ever die as her, and it's too easy to get play of the game with her now. Yes, I agree with you there, Eltan, and that's why I think that they're a good change. Because you're going to see the Mercies that were good and the Mercies that were being carried by their other team and just keeping them up and healing them. It's gonna differentiate those people. attacks in a row, huh? Cool guy.
Pursuit!
I only have fun in the arcade modes if I'm playing with other people. Like it's not a mode I can do without like a decent sized group. Oh my gosh, I got the dragon spirit. I thought you guys said I had to buy it. Yay, giving it for free at the end of the game. Woohoo! I haven't leveled up White Dragon enough to really know too much about it, but her healing is really strong. I just ran out of mana with her so quickly. Hello, Chrono. I'm gonna go down here. I got the hiccups. Oh yeah, there is an accessory to double MP. I've seen that. I have it, I think. Who will be next? Who will I have to fight next? Wait, what? We're back in the town? Sorry, guys. I know that was loud. Kind of came out of nowhere. Now we play as Dart as Rose. Dart and Rose? Both. Okay. So the question is, who do I put the therapy ring on? And thank you, Altanin. Put it on Rose or Dart? Rose or Dart? Does this like count as both of their bosses? Hey, Rose. Oh, I'm giving you the dancer's ring so you're faster. I'll put it on him because he's got a better chance at surviving with how much he'll heal. Pseudo dragons. Why would she name her dragon Michael? Black Burst Dragon Michael. Rocket ship dragon. How much do I heal per turn with him is the question. Oh, cool. This boss is fast.
Die.
Okay. Well, that's cool. It's okay, I can at least build up my SP.
Die. Die. Demons dance.
back, bro. We lost a lot of progress, Desiree, so we're a ways away from it, unfortunately.
Die. Die. Demons dance.
Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike. Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike.
How long do I have to go in this battle before she tells me what the freaking weak spot of this thing is so that I can attack it?
Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike.
Why would I not tell him the blind spot? Like, why would you say I can't? Okay.
Die.
So, do I have to wait?
Yes. Go. Go! Moon strike!
Oh, hey, look, it's Core.
Die.
Yes! Go!
Die. Demons dance.
Well, you killed him again. Oh, yeah? That's interesting. Dart, why are you so slow? Oh yeah? I'm back here? Alright guys, what do you think? Is it gonna be Albert? Or is it gonna be Mario? Bum, bum, bum. I'm gonna guess it's Albert, because Albert's talking here. Welcome back, Kevin. Not so good. I lost like 2 hours of progress because my PC crashed. And this dungeon's not... I don't really understand the point of this dungeon. We've been fighting bosses that aren't exactly difficult or anything. They're just kind of here. They're definitely like for the plot, but I don't think you need to make them bosses for them to be part of the plot. Maybe I don't have to fight with just Albert. I guess I do have to fight with just Albert. Okay then. No, like this final dungeon's definitely dragging on. Huh.
Gust of wind to dance.
Ah, for not using that attack in a while, I still got it.
Gust of wind to dance.
Yeah, I find reading his motives interesting. I think fighting him is a different story. I don't see the point of having to fight him again.
Gust of wind to dance. Gust of wind to dance.
I wonder why you can't use your Dragoon forms in these fights. Oops. What's my HP at? sword. Silly. This game uses that word way too much.
Gust of wind dance.
You're gonna force me to use an item, dude?
Gust of wind dance.
So I took the same amount of damage anyway. I need to heal up some just in case. Alright, that should be enough.
Gust of wind dance. Gust of wind dance.
Gust of wind dance, gust of wind dance, gust of wind dance. Bye. That leaves what? Meru? And that's it? Why do they have to do these fights solo? There's one more. It can still be character story without forcing you to fight the boss with one character. They could just force him into your party. Let's go rest and save. Get up there. Archangel, apparently. Unfortunately, I can't use my Dragoon form, which would make this battle much faster. It healed me? I keep messing it up now. I haven't used her in a while, that's why. How does it feel like it's slower than normal?
boogie.
A long attack animation. press circle there, just too slow. Are you dead now? Good now? Why didn't you say that at the beginning? All right. What do I want to do now? Powers is what I had on before. Let's go with that. Let's go with Dragon Shield. I really wish there wasn't battles in this area. Let me absorb this area and how it looks. Okay, game, let's go. Let me run! Are you freaking kidding me with this shit? Oh, of course. Yeah, why not? Let me run now, please. Greatly appreciated. Don't make me fight any more fights, game. Is that a save point? Okay, it's one enemy. I'll try to kill it.
Yes.
If I can not fail miserably. I'm such luck.
Die.
It's going okay.
Demons dance.
Okay, so this guy counters everything. He has a shit ton of HP, does AoE magic damage.
Yes. Go.
I wonder why I wouldn't want to fight it. And then I miss everything. Bye! Okay.
Yes. Go. Yes. Go. Go.
We should just die. You're along the ride with a bunch of different people here, Dark Vesperia. There's a lot of people here that love this game. It's your daddy. Oh, it's Shauna. Are we actually gonna get to see her again at some point? It's only been ages. What the heck is this? Spaceship? It's a Super Virage. Of course Rose knows what it is. Oh, cool. Yeah.
Die.
Go! Moon strike!
Not cool. Keep the tentacles out of it. After I don't do them for a while, I have trouble getting it again, but... That's an oddly specific fetish.
Yes! Go! 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 Moon strike!
Die. Demon's dance. Die. Demon's dance.
This isn't an attack it was used before. Whoa! Okay. I thought I was gonna have to kill all 3 parts, but I guess not. Or should I just use one of the reins? I really need one. Well, how are you supposed to know that? Well, that seems cool. Can attack all. Are you kidding me? Really?
Die.
I knew I'd be fighting him, but I didn't think that he would take my, Let me my Dragoon.
Cool boogie.
Cool damage, bro. I'm gonna speed up on her, actually. Her damage is insane right now.
Die. Demon stands. Cool boogie. Die.
Holy crap. She might be
Die. Demon stands. Die.
Fuck. Yeah, seems like it. Which sucks, because if he attacks the other two, they can heal. He keeps going for her. Okay, that's okay. You can go for him. I don't think that this final dungeon was nearly as difficult as people were making it out to be earlier, though. Like, the solo bosses were really easy. He's still at full HP now. Let me just go ahead and defend. How's that sound?
Die. Demon stands.
Yeah, it absolutely drags on forever. But I feel like you could come here without using half the characters at all throughout the entire game and still have no trouble. And this isn't gonna be the final boss unless he transforms into something. Why her? Okay, good.
Die.
Oops. Still at blue HP, huh?
Yes. Go. Go. Go.
Too bad this missed.
Moon strike.
But it's okay, because I landed, you know, everything.
Final burst.
I like how I did no damage to him there. Oh no, the damages. Whatever will I do? Too bad I have flame equipment on. This is my father's power! It hit me for 0 damage! So scary. Are you down to yellow HP yet, at least, please? I've been trying to tell people you have to try to hit the button when it's at 10 o'clock on a clock.
Die.
So don't go for when it's at the top of the screen. Going for the top of it, you'll always fail, but if you go when it's at like 10, 11 o'clock, you'll almost always get it. Well, you'll always get it, but I mess up sometimes too, so.
Yes. Go. Go.
I got it by accident once by pressing the button too early. Well, earlier than I thought I should have pressed it, but it worked. And then I tried to do it after that again and again and again, and it just kept working, so. Holy crap. That was, cool damage. Oh, really? You get to go twice in a row, huh? I've been completely faster than you this whole time, but that's okay. It's fine. Yeah, how about that?
Die.
Come on. I definitely pressed circle there. Even looked like it registered it. Yeah, how about that plot device? All the bosses you have to face that can stay in their Dragoon form the whole time. Rip. You want to leave Rose alone? Might be better off leaving her dead, or I'm just gonna waste all my items. There, I did it like around 8 o'clock. Much too early.
Yes! Go!
I want to revive her, but I don't have a lot of revival items, so I don't want to waste any more.
Yes!
Why? Can you please die? Not yet, I guess.
Yes! Go! Yeah. Go.
Can you be dead after this attack, please?
Yeah.
What? Dun dun dun! Whoever that guy was. It's like I'm supposed to know who he is, but I don't know who he is. I do know who he is. I remember him being talked about multiple times. Cool story, bro. Oh, it's Lloyd to the rescue!
Over here.
Emulator does not like that. Lloyd, no! Don't become the second Levitz. Oh, I didn't get any experience for that shit? I didn't have this problem with EPSXE either, but I couldn't use EPSXE without it lagging in cutscenes and trying to load battle transitions. You probably have a far better PC than I do, Aura. Holy shit. Everyone's at full HP. Saying that now doesn't do me any good.
Die. Demons dance.
Yes! Go! Go!
Die. Demons dance.
Holy shit.
Die. Demons dance.
Hey, Psycho Bob, thanks for that host. Oh, that damage though.
Die. Demon's Dance.
I had to redo about 2 hours, so this final dungeon's kind of draining me a little bit, but alright, well...
Die. Demon's Dance.
Yeah, do I want to go into Dragoon form? Deal as much damage to it as possible. I'm a little worried about being in Dragoon form. I'm going it one at a time. Yeah, my computer crashed and it didn't save my progression, unfortunately.
Die. Demon's Dance.
Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike.
Okay. Whoa! Why'd that hit her so much, but them so little? Oh well, we're attacking with her for now. But maybe it was like a light-based attack or something?
Fools.
What? Okay. God, what does that do to him? That's not good, because I don't have very many of those.
Divine Dragon Cannon!
That's it.
Come!
So much physical damage he does if I get to go with him again.
Fools!
So sometimes I just can't hit him for some reason. How am I supposed to know when I can and when I can't? Ugh. Question is, how many clones is this freaking thing gonna have? And sorry I'm not talking very much, this is a pretty intense fight, but for those of you that are from Psycho Bob's channel, thank you for stopping by. It's actually my goal to play every single JRPG. At the end of every JRPG that I beat, I actually have a raffle. Whoever wins the raffle gets to pick the next game that I play. And that's basically what this channel's all about. We got a bunch of people here that are JRPG fans, playing lots of
Demons
JRPGs.
dance.
Oh, of course it's her. Of course it's her. Why wouldn't it be her? Oh, you're attacking twice in a row now. So you're gonna kill her, right? You're gonna be some type of AoE? Oh no, what's this? What the fuck? Okay. So, what's he gonna do with her? Am I gonna do damage to her if I attack her? Probably.
Yes. Go. Go.
244 damage, that did, right? Oh, come on, leave her alone. I'm guessing Rose is dead again. Should I have even bothered reviving her? Yep, rip Rose. Oh, so Annie gets to keep her, huh? Cool.
Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike.
Well, I really would have wished that I equipped an edition that gave much more
Yes.
SP.
Go. 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 Moon strike.
Oh, cool. She's back. All right, man.
Rainbow threat.
Yeah, hindsight's always 20/20.
Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike. Yes. Go. Tell. Go. Go. Moon strike. Yes. Go. Tell. Go.
Rainbow Threat!
Yes. Go. Tell. Go. Go. Moon strike.
Yeah! Yeah! Yippee! Yeah! 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 Cool boogie!
Yes. Go. Tell. Go.
Ooh! Yeah! 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 Cool boogie! Yeah! 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 Cool boogie!
Yes. Go. Tell. Go. Yes! Go! Tap! Go! Go! Moon strike!
Yeah! Yeah! Stop! Yippee!
This is a really, really long boss fight. That's because she's been on the ground this entire time. I haven't picked her up once. Well, I picked her up once at the start, but then she instantly died again, so I haven't picked her back up. Why does that do so much damage?
Rainbow Stretch! Yeah! Yeah! Stop! Yippee!
Could this form die, please?
Yes! Go! Tap! Go! Go! Moon strike!
I'll take that as a no. Oh, come on. Shoot her out.
Rainbow Stretch! boogie.
Yes. Go. Tap. Go. Go. Moon strike.
Yeah. 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 The cool boogie.
Yes. Go. Tap. Go. Go. Moon strike.
Cool boss game. Okay. Why did we take that much damage there? I don't understand why we took a difference in damage. Alright, I think it's best that I stay in Dragoon form then. Because she takes less damage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't good. She gets sucked in, she's basically dead. Guess I get to go first with Dart. Alright. Yeah, I'm not gonna full heal yet. Wait, what? Why couldn't it have kept going with that music?
Yes. Go. Test.
Wasn't too bad. Did you not see the bosses in Wild Arms 3? Oh. Okay, I don't know what that did. It worries me a little bit. I think I'm actually gonna go into my Dragoon form here. Oh shit. How much damage? That could be worse. Oh my god. Okay. Well, I was gonna go into my Dragoon form. But I kind of feel like I have to heal her now. Alright, so that one's gonna like blow up next, I guess. Okay, I guess it's morning now. I would figure that whatever the final form is going to be, that it's going to be something that like plays completely different music, but I could be wrong. I really wish that I put a different might as well heal us up a little. I wish I put a different edition on Dart. God, what the hell is this gonna do now? I would love to wake her up because she does so much damage, but... Command block? What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, great! Does it mean it's blocked for good? Or does it only last a certain amount of time? This lasts permanently or not, but I'm gonna start defending with her after I get her charged up. It's night again. Guess now he's gonna bring those orbs back out. I would have known that I was going to get some form like this. I would have definitely changed what edition I had. I could get like 200 points per and keep turning into Dragoon form. Or at least do one where I got 100. Instead, I have to deal with him being incredibly slow and building up 30 SP per turn. So is she ever gonna get her Dragoon form back? Because she's really my only method of healing at this point, other than defending. I've only got 2 revival items, so I'm a bit afraid to try and use anything like that. Jeez. And I can't heal anymore. Dart, why are you so damn slow? Oh shit. I'm afraid of these things.
Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike.
I mean, they're both going to explode. I'm just gonna defend with her. So I think he can survive the attacks. Yeah.
Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike.
It's going okay, I guess. Except for this fight's been taking forever. Still can't use my Dragoon form. She might be locked out of it permanently. Better off just defending with her every turn.
Yes. Go.
Okay, what did that do? Command block? Oh fuck, don't do it to someone else now. Really? This stuff's gonna stay? Whatever. I've got 1 charge, I'm just going for it. 2 more damage. I should heal with him for a while now. I don't really need to, I guess. Not yet, at least.
Cool boogie.
We're going to. I'm a little scared to let this fight go on for too long, though. Hey Zoe, thanks for the host.
Yes. Go.
Okay, I really need to start defending with him now. I can still... I don't know.
Cool boogie.
Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike.
Oh, the instantaneous explosion, huh? Okay. How is she not defending that? Or does she still take 500 damage while defending? What a cool boss mechanic.
Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike. Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike. Yes. Go.
We're Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, it's already blocked. Is it unblocked now? Do I need to start defending with him yet and healing?
Yeah. 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 Da. Cool boogie.
I can't turn her into a Dragoon.
Yeah. 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 Da. Cool boogie.
Yes. Go. Tap. Go. Go. Moon strike.
Gucci cutscene mess. What's up, Kolthor? Is that a spaceship on its head? Really? Right back to this freaking music? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Yes.
You told me to save after I was already there, and it's not like I knew I could save. Oh, I'm afraid to go into dragon form. Maybe I'm just better defending. Okay, boss. Cool attack. Alright, there's no way in hell I can keep up against this damage like this. That's just not gonna happen. I don't know why Dart has so much health in comparison to everyone else.
Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike.
I love how we don't do any more damage to any one of these fucking forms.
Yes. Go. That's not gonna work. Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike.
Oh cool, you're going again? I do more damage with my other attack. Oh, fuck me. come on.
Rainbow Threat!
God, that damage is so fucking broken.
Rainbow Threat!
Can I actually go with Dart now, please? Thanks.
Yes. Go. Ha.
That's not too bad damage-wise.
Yeah! Yeah!
Oh my god. I need to build some SP. I don't know if that's gonna end up being a good idea if he physically attacks me though. Shh. Okay, how much does that do? 5. Okay. Do I heal my MP? No. We're just going straight Dragoon. Because we need him out of confusion.
Rainbow Threat!
Now, Dart, can I move, please? I can move as her.
Yeah!
Come on, let me play as Dart. Or are you gonna use your freaking confusion ability again? Thank you. What the hell is this gonna do? What the fuck? This is really cool, by the way. That I'm completely able to move. I'm loving it. You want to break out of that and maybe let me have a chance of moving at some point? Oh, great. I'm gonna fucking kill myself in confusion. No, he's gonna kill me with this shit. It's gonna hit me for who knows. Let me fucking move! It's over. I'm done. Alright, I'm looking for someone to host. I'm done with this shit for tonight. Are you fucking kidding me? Just let me out of my misery game. I can't even do anything. I have to heal, because if I don't heal, I'm dead. If I Angel's Prayer her, she's gonna die. Because I won't get to go first. And she's not even in her Dragoon. Well, whatever. What do I do here? I hope she gets to go, I guess. Okay. I'm more than done with this game at this point. Like, I wish this game was over 15 hours ago. If he instantaneously kills her again. Oh, great. What a cool game. Well, there goes that. I can't revive anybody anymore.
Yes. Go. 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 Moon strike.
My favorite boss of all time. This isn't even really like... I don't even want to call this difficult. I just want to call this like... Call it what it is. Bullshit. Instantaneous deaths all around.
Yes. Go.
You gonna confuse me? No? No confusion? You don't feel like doing that? No. It's just a better setup than the one that I have. I could make this fight a lot easier on myself with a better setup. I don't know why it does as much damage as it does. Nothing else up to this point has done more than like 1,000 to 1,500 damage. Why there's an attack that does nearly 4k to me when I've got one character that has 4k HP is beyond me. Alright, so I can defend, but even in defending it's not going to do much for me. I've got nothing that I can heal with. So I'm gonna power up and hope that I get to attack again before dying. Yeah, it's fine, Toonami Gamer. I'm like I said, I'm pretty much done at this point. I should have just went to bed and tried to beat this tomorrow instead.
Yes! Go! 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 Moon strike!
I'm not gonna read the Discord until after I beat the game. I don't know if I'd call this good RNG. How much damage do I take from this? 369. So, do I go for an attack or do I defend? I can defend. If he does less damage to me, I might be able to heal up some. He does like another physical attack or something. But if he does that big AoE attack, I'm dead. I gotta hope to take less damage than what I heal for. I wish I would have known I took off my piece of equipment that, for whatever reason, gave me 20 SP every time I got hit with a magic attack. That would have been perfect for here. I will never replay this game. Here's the attack that rips me. Oh, rip all the healing that I just did. So, 2 big attacks in a row. Cool. Now this isn't new, he did this before, and this hits me for a lot because it's ice. So I'm right back to where I was. I'm getting nowhere with this. Maybe I can run him out of MP. Ha! Really? You're just gonna keep spamming this shit now? You've got an attack that does less damage. Why don't you use one of those? Is he just gonna keep going twice in a row? Well, I definitely took way more damage than I healed this time around. This is probably it. This is probably the rip. Nope, not yet. We're getting there though. Slowly but surely. I really wish your SP built up for something other than freaking attacking. Yeah, he's probably got more than 1 HP left. Again with this attack, right as I finally gained some ground with HP. Oh man, if only he would have been spamming that like he was earlier in the fight. Do a normal physical attack. No more of this magic attack bullshit. I want to go to bed. I'm gonna rip any healing this round. Oh boy, thanks. Cool attack, bro. I'm gonna be here all night. I'm pretty sure he can one-shot pretty much all the characters that I have, not just Rose. My problem wasn't so much that I had Rose, it was the fact that both Rose and, Hey Zandok, thank you for the 50 bits, man. Both Rose and Meru can die in just one hit. This is really cool. I think this is potentially RIP. I forget how much it does. 500 or something? 700 or something? 500. What am I at HP wise? Yeah, I can still heal for now. Do the electricity attack, please. That one does the least amount of damage to me. Thank you. Wow, that was like doing 261 earlier. Why did it do so much damage there? Alright, I need you to spam that a couple more times. What do you say? Just keep physically attacking me. If I could get up above 3k HP, I would attack. That's not gonna happen if he keeps using stuff like that and getting 2 turns in a row. I should just put the therapy ring on Dart and change this edition. If I had the therapy ring on Dart and changed this edition, I could have carried this entire boss fight with just him alone. I wouldn't have had to use anybody else. Electricity, maybe? Nope. Oh. Yes. Totally how long this boss fight's been. Have you guys noticed that I haven't gotten any double turns in a long time? What's up with that? I was getting a few here and there, but now I'm not getting any. Yeah, he knows. He's just making a joke. It's just a random attack that happens. Because it doesn't look like he cast this. Yay! Well, I thought I was healing some. Need lots more attacks like that, please. Or 2 turns in a row for once. Please don't do... just do the electricity. Nope. It's almost tempting to just restart this fight from scratch with a better strategy than to try and do this. Yeah, I think you should gain at least some SP, even if it's very little. Come on, dude! There is equipment that you can use that does that. And I think I had a helmet or something like that on him that was doing that. I don't know when I took it off. I have not gotten a double turn in a long time. At least like the last 40 turns. Thanks, Tsunami. Have a great night. As far as I know, this is the final boss, Pistol McAwesome. Oh great, an ice attack, so I'm gonna lose all the extra HP that I gained. We're about 2 shitty RNG turns away from dying. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I'll lose. Don't worry. Now the game's trolling me. don't think that's gonna happen, Fidel. I'm quite positive it's not gonna happen. Yeah, look at this shit. Now he's just spamming this. Alright, if I heal, that'll put me at 900. Yeah, there's plenty of spells that don't do 400. He's got like 3 attacks that can hit me for over what I heal, and he's been spamming them. Alright, if I heal here, it puts me at 800. What was he dealing? 900 damage with that attack? Well, how much damage does he do with the ice attack? I'm not gonna win. Not this fight. Not this time. There's just too much shit. Oh, I'm gonna try to attack him. If I try to attack him one turn Pistol McAwesome, I'm dead. Period. Because I won't be defending and I won't take half damage or reduced damage from the attack that he's doing. He's just settling me in here. He's doing just enough damage to me so that when I heal, he can just kill me with an ice attack. That's what he's doing right now. Well, the idea is to go out fighting. That's what I'm doing right now. The only reason I haven't just tried to attack him. I wish there was a way to see when I could get a double turn, because if I knew when, I would go for just 2 attacks. Oh, it is a waste of time. Well. Alright, so even if I try to defend, it's not gonna matter anymore, so whatever. Let's see. Alright. I do know who I'm gonna host.
Yes.
I did attack.